Hiya, papaya, I'm Olivia and Possum. How you doing? It's Sapphic Sunday. Sapphic Sunday! You're excited to cry? You're excited for emotional damage? Because I am never excited for emotional damage. But I am always excited for please be happy.
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Good morning, Possum. You're at work? No.
Hello there. May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
Yeah, Bolivia, why you sleep on the floor? Poor Bolivia, stuck at work. Oh no. Well, you're gonna be crying at work, I guess. Ooh, look at that 15 stream streak. Woo, look at you go, huh? Bolivia. You livin'. Why is your name purple? The stream streak highlighted you as purple. Anyways, last time Mima played some tennis. Yeah, did some fishing. Pretty pog. We did some fishing, we did some tennis, we did some planting. We did plant, get timid. And also, Mimo has a job. Mimo starts a new job. I see. You're sitting on your ass. We're in a hotshot driver. Wow, a hotshot driver. Crazy. Oh god. Oh god, where am I going? Still can't read or write. Not yet. Hopefully soon. Big F. Last night I finished. I think y'all fell asleep. But last night I finished unpacking. We got the gay ending. The only ending. The gay ending. Where you are a mother with your wife. Your lovely wife, and have child. It was very fun.
Ooh, I needed that break. Back to it.
Alright, Mr. Can, let's go. You passed the fuck out. You passed the fuck out. Ooh, poor Bolivia. And Possum fell asleep apparently like 20 minutes before we ended. And it was sad. Look, it's Olive. But it's time to start the sad chapter. It's time for loading. There's an hourglass over here, by the way. I'm looking at the hourglass right there. You can't see the hourglass. The hourglass, I'm blocking the hourglass. There's a loading bar over there. You can't see it. I'm blocking the loading bar. There's a loading bar. There's a loading bar down there. There's a loading bar over there. I'm blocking it. Oh yeah, I forgot. PBH destroys movies. It's time for... Oh, it's Scars and new friends. Chapter 3. It's morning on Monday. Oh god, I forgot. I keep forgetting murders my VC face. You know what I should have installed? I should have installed the thing I used to use to VTube. I should have done that. I should have downloaded that old thing I used to use. One that has mouse tracking. Mouse tracking! And keyboard tracking. I should have downloaded that for this, because I forgot how much it murders. I thought this literally murders my VC face. And, that's a lovely little thing that it does. I really love when it does that. I'm doing something in the background. Totally not doing anything dumb right now. Totally not doing that. Nothing dumb is happening at all. Your delusion of thinking something is dumb's happening. Nothing's happening. Not a single thing is happening back here. Why didn't it run the thing? Extract it, I guess? Hello? You're gonna function? I opened it 3 times. Lovely. These are still here. Loading screens, am I right, guys? It's great. Awesome of the 15 streak as well. Look at you go.
Have a nice day.
Jeez. Oh my god.
Thanks. You too.
The kind old man takes his books under his arm and shuffles out the library. A whoosh of cool air passes over me as the door opens and shuts.
Whew. Finally time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozens or so people milling about, before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be so much work? So hard work. It's these past few weeks, wow, since I started helping out at the library, have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. My mouse cursor is frozen on screen. Oh, it's back. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks much better when it's a little messy. But it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Hello, program. Talking to patrons, ask them taught me that word. It's getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. Still, I don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to me on the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there. Even though I've started to recognize most of the regulars, they never recognize me. Asta was the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books for people. Oh wow. It remembers. I'm surprised it remembers. My favorite part of this thing. The long wait time. Hello? Oh yeah, I remember something. Oh, that's annoying. I have to make the fucking... toggles aren't a thing. I forgot the reason why I switched over was because the toggling is not a fucking thing. Toggles are fucking annoying. Oh my god, I forgot about that. That's why I stopped using this thing. What? Oh, you go off mic. I forgot about that. I forgot this thing goes off mic and not actual mouth movements. That's why I don't use this anymore. I mean, what? I'm not doing anything weird at all. That's my preset still. What the fuck? That's my preset still. Crazy. Oh my god. It looks so fucking stupid. It looks so weird. Does this tank when I use? Oh, it also tanks. Okay, so never mind. I did that all for nothing. It still tanks. Lovely. Lovely. Anyways. Oh, I'm gonna imagine about I'm thrashing about the sea face for a minute though. Well, I'll open that up again. Lovely time to reopen things. We love Scarf. We love Scarf. Move, fucking damn it, thank you. Move, window. Oh god. Oh my god. Thank you. Taking long enough. Ooh, Scarf. I just realized, one of me asked, or is it one S? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? I'm gonna Mimo again. I can't see. Yeah, I can see now. Anyways, back to video gaming. Well, freaking this game murders the capture rate of my camera. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them. And I'm supposed to write the names of each person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or one that with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. It wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hit the front door open again and look up to greet the new person, like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar face. My nerves settle a little as the sight of her.
Hey, Miho.
Hi.
Hi, Aspen.
Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
I say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple books that she checked out a few days ago.
Whoa. Done already? One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends.
I wonder which one.
I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
Wow! That's great! I want to read that story, right, guys? Right, guys? I want to read that story.
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
If you say so.
It seems to me like Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. For now, though, I start copying the titles down into the returns sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes out right when I'm finished up with a small stack in my hand, with her stack in her hand.
You find books as fast as you finish them.
If only. I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile, and I begin writing the names down. I could feel her watching me as my hands start make each slow line.
Say, Miho.
Yeah, what's up with my leggy ass? What's up? I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah?
Have you,
She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned to sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you, quite a bit of time.
I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. She never seems to have an issue, though, so it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Well...
Could be useful. Just have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me, but still, reading and writing? It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters, though, it seems like a lot of work. I'm already doing a lot of work as is.
I don't even know how to start doing that.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Watching myself lag about up here is really hilarious. And really sad. Why is it lagging about so much? I don't comprehend why it does this every time. Anti-aliasing off. Her usual quiet voice starts to rise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess.
No, I won't take no for an answer. I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
No, you don't! Is this tied up? That's tightened, alright. That's tightened. Yeah, that's screws tightened.
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me.
That's not admissible in court. I just picked up the light stick. I one of pen lights and waving around now for
Oh,
fun.
but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about.
Pen lights. Pen lights are pog.
Aren't you here to get books?
Pen lights are pog. I have 2 now. It's great.
Right, that too. But anyway...
There's a line in between that. Cool. That's not supposed to be there. Essie reaches into her purse and pulls out a slight crumpled flyer. She hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues, and other old-looking things.
There's an
I can
exhibition
do
at
that.
Tate about Korean history and culture.
I can do that now,
for a limited
Possum.
time only.
I can actually do that now. I have the resources to do that. I could do that real. I forgot how bright the off-kai one was. I forgot how bright these are. Oh god, it's so bright. Oh fuck. I forgot how bright this was. Oh jeez, it's Christmas. Was it cracked? No, it's something like that. Ah, my eyes, I'm blinded. It's so bright compared to the other one. It's so bright compared to the one I got from Etsy. It's like hella bright. Oh god. I like it. It's so bright that it's lighting up the wall. But like that's like a meter away from me. A meter? About like 60 meters away from me. 60 centimeters away from me. 60 meters. Imagine. Like, it's so bright. What the fuck? I haven't turned this on in so long, the off-kai one. I only turned on, like, the last one I turned on was for the photo, and it wasn't that bright. I didn't realize it was this bright. Oh god. Also, the handle is a bit more hand-fitting. The off-kai one has a better handle, I'd say, because it fits more firmly than the other one. The other one's a bit too smooth and too slippery and a bit short, like Possum. It's a nice review of I ran a casual review of light sticks that you didn't ask for. No one asked for it, but here's my review on light sticks that I own. Come on. Plastic, go in between the battery, please. I'm asking very nicely. I'm asking nicely. Give me what I want. Well, that's politely, thank you. This plastic should prevent it from turning on. No. Yes, it does. There you go. Back into the shot glass you go. And yes, it's in a shot glass. I put it in a shot glass because I have 4 shot glasses on my on my fucking table. I have 4 shot glasses just sitting on the table in corners. 2 Chainsaw Man, and 1 Inuyasha, not Inuyasha, and 1 Kirby shot glass. Because why not? I got them all from Hot Topical. Because why not? Buy things at the Hot Topical.
I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
I just got to put the thing, the stopper on the off-kai one. Much better.
An exhibit at your dad?
I also like how there's the strap, the arm strap in the off-kai one. You can it's adjustable, and also you can move the strap to the other side if you want to. I don't think I could do. Yeah, I can't do it on the other one I have. The other one only has 1 strap location, but you can replace it. You can change the strap if you want. But the strap doesn't have. It's not adjustable. Like, you know, like how the Wiimotes have adjustable straps as well. I could, in theory, take a Wiimote one, but that's a bit too. That feels like overkill for a light stick. Taking a remote strap and putting it on a light stick strap instead. That feels a bit overkill. And now you reposition things so I can see the off-kai text better. Much better. Anyways, back to game.
No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole. You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to the map of Wellington. That's very similar to the one I used my first day here.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I notice she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you. But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet or the patrons of the library. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes.
I wonder what that could be.
Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Will do. Bye.
Boy! Give me a second. Let me just, make sure settings. Set the speed of the game continues auto mode. A full bar is the fastest speed. With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hands. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Some are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple of writing on them I can tell is a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar, but also not. Just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it will bring me any answers, but maybe it'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I've got these to check out, please.
I quickly tuck the pamphlet into my pocket, preparing to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it.
I lift the first book off the stacks and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lessons won't be so bad after all. Loading times are great. Why is it so much longer than usual? I don't understand what they did to the game. It's so sad. I know from when I last played, like when I last played Juliet's Route to now, they had different launch options for the game, but besides that, I don't know what they could have done to make it so laggy. Closing time finally comes around. Patrons slowly trickle out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selection before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief receiving them as the last patron heads out.
Oh, thank you.
Mayors prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I clap onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
Children's books. She wraps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those?
Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho, have you decided to learn to read?
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in a very simplistic style. And so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for little kids. But I guess it's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I could just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I like the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
Coming. Whee! Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisles of books. I read so weirdly. Guessing that it'll be a while, I pull up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought out onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Ooh, and a corkboard. Look at you go. Congrats, Possum, and a corkboard. Congrats, Possum. Nice. That's a lot of that's a lot of charms. That's a lot of charms. Oh god. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a shit ton. That's a fuckload. Jesus Christmas. Look at them go. Well, now you know you have a shit ton. You also have Herta. I forgot her name. You have Don Hung. That's for sure. You got Leary. I know no one else from Verpro. All I know was Leary. Oh, the Meta Jailadora charm. Lovely. That's cute. Mm-hmm. Wasn't there one more of those? Oh, there it is. What did you have heard of? What's I've heard of? Anyways. You just got Don. You got Don hung. Why is that a quote? Don. Why is that a quote? Why is that a quote?
Gladly.
Realizing to be part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings our pen to one of the blank papers. Blank lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet, showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time. My I think I've had time remembering which is which. I pick up the brain part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my page. First, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean. It reminds me of something I'd seen on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letter as Juliet and I. After you get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a small smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
No! Look, the two of them exchange tells me my answer.
Well,
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
I've been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? It's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Aspen gets up from a desk and maneuvers behind me. Putting a hand on top of mine, it's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes the point not to look at me. I almost jerk away out of instinct, but keep myself cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen it's just a friendly gesture.
Here, follow these lines.
She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet snorts in amusement from my side, only confused. Me more further.
Can you read what that says?
Let down the words on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up, what sound each letter sounded like.
Me. Miho!
With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Mimo. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes!
Mimo!
You did it!
Grow strong and healthy. Mimo! I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer for me for something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, though, I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've read my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Grow strong and literate. Mimo! Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this isn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. There's something else that's new. I can add that to the list.
It's our pleasure.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
Ash gets up to leave. Juliet and I take to our feet as well, before realizing I had a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
Make work.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen!
Boy, Aspen.
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
Boy, Aspen. See you in the morning for breakfast. With a trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. 2 of us watch her go as she heads out the night's darkness outside.
imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
Boy. Saving. Mm. My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink.
I can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest.
Oh shit,
I'll
I think I
finish
fixed it.
cleaning up and preparing for
Or not.
tomorrow.
I lied, I didn't.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I fixed it. Kind of. It's not janky, but also more... The anti-aliasing is now making very jaggy edges, but that's fine. Whatever, that's fine. This is better than nothing.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work. I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for the yawn, I stretch and head upstairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I acknowledge I accomplished a lot, and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still feels weird. It still wears me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things I don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life has worn off, and my daily routine has become just that, a routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than consistently overthinking everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of, too. Rolling to my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my head, I should also drift off to sleep. Loading times are great. We're seeing quiet today with only a handful of patrons coming in and out. Coming in at all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. I feel the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk. Out of the way of the guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that I get faster now than I did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep going. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up by putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just to settle down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in her hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey, you're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Mia?
Great! Check it out.
I share one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them, are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page, though, and those ones are the most legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there was ever a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, though, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself and have fun every now and then, though.
I think it's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this. Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand. Since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Tipapa.
I need to go dehydrate real quick. We're back. Just save real quick. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Here you are. Dehydrate time. I am back. I walked away. And someone played RIP apparently.
Wait, who? Huh?
Eh.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Goodbye, Miho. Oh my god.
I
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Thank you. As she goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect herself from the sun, and then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking. Hello, Rob. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have either felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've forgotten their face, or voice, or the way they smelled. Like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. Yes, I'll never forget Adoc's voice. Except when I did forget Adoc's voice the first time I played this game. I didn't realize it was Adoc's voice. Great job, me. Forgetting it was actually, not realizing it was actually Adoc's. The voice I grew up listening to a lot. Reading a webcomic that I am perpetually haunted by. But I like how I didn't recognize Adoc's in this game, but I recognized it immediately when playing Highway Blossom. It's kept me going my whole life, been my entire reason for existence, at least until arriving in Wellington. Anyway, even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's just like a hobby. Something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded with friends and busy people in my job, and busy myself in my job, that a day goes by where I don't think about that forest back in Korea. And my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about it, those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, it's that warm, same safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think it's a coincidence. There have been a lot of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many other parts of myself. I'm still figuring them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of that. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on my work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Loading up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put my study material in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I'm spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, and the scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if it was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed, now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back, or maybe in a break. I follow the direction she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big with parts that go off in all directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other one is made of a darker stone and looks more blocky. It's been intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. I take a breath to steady myself. I start on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay to sneak in. Or sneak in.
Whoa.
The moment I step inside, I can safely say
How am
that
I
I've
gonna
never
find the crane exhibit?
been in a place like this before. It looks big from the outside, but from the inside it's huge. I don't even know where to look first. Different paths, these different types of displays. And I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything I might recognize from Korea. Not surprised, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life fish, turtles and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely I can see that they're just models. And that part of the museum is filled with skeletons and what look like giant monsters? I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? It's funny, a panel with some illustrations I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are just dedicated to human and fable civilization. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy houses and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I walk south of this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. It's a big memorial to the war, showing humans and Fable fighting against one another. The front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. I was wrong back then, but I stayed out of it. It's just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally found what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul. The Korean writing style system is hanging above a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on this other lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. I start at the entrance, slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Asmi gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. And with clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorned mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vivid colored dresses that hang from to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings, tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people in cities. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it does make me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can't have. Something comes to me, a feeling I've heard about, but I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I've passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now for sure, but I don't have much in common with them. How long have I muted for? How long? Alright, well, I'm confused. How long was I muted for? Just now? Please tell me just now. Not forever. I'll never know. You just... Hello, Ming. How you doing? Welcome. We're being sad. We're gonna be sad later. A few minutes? Fuck! Fuck! We missed out. We missed a lot of reading. Damn. I forgot. Dang. Dang. If only I could go back. If only. Still, I don't like the Goomhill in the painting. Saying it's one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. Yeah. This game murders my VC face. By the way, Ming. It's bordering VC face like a lot right now. I turn my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. Pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at artifacts I haven't seen yet. It still isn't until I've really nearly left the gallery I see something that makes me pause again. In small and unremarkable display case, among many of the others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each of one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I have my own scroll back at home for safekeeping. They don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brush strokes, the shape of the characters, the shade of the ink. Close my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. It's the closest I've been in 100 years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
Is that? Wait.
Hey, no touching!
I feel like I recognize that, but I don't remember exactly who it is. I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a woman wearing a badge and museum t-shirt stalking towards me, angrily. The instincts I thought had been buried kicked in. Time to run! Packing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded in almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one that the attendant is approaching me from. Think, Miho, think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the display? No, they're way too tall. Even if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building, though. And being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get closer, then I could probably run right past them. And the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing and panic rushed on my face. Because they stopped a couple meters away from me, frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
Jesse! With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat. I expect them to snap around and come after me. Of course that doesn't happen, yet I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Somehow it's very fitting. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face is burning red. I look down at the scroll again just to hide it. I sighed. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from the humans, it makes some sense. After I settled myself down a little, I turned my attention back to what's really important. Well, I know that these scrolls have to be from my person. They don't help me much on their own. There's a little card on one of the corners of the page covered in text. Whee! It may have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. Considering trying to copy all down to have Aspen or Juliet read to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking at the museum attendant who was so scared. I was so scared after a moment ago. I should have one option. So I courage. I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet. Or maybe even like me. Now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I was polite enough as she looks over at me. Her face doesn't seem to look annoyed. More bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them.
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me?
Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They didn't even question or analyze me at all. Simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea.
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. A name. Jong-in. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud, and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. And it's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born.
정인.
Once they've walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them.
정인. 정인.
I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go off of. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I found my way downstairs and wandered out the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. It's time to meet someone. I believe it's time to meet the person. It's time to meet a person. I may be wrong. I am. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn and take me back to the library. Lost my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reached the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, hit a buzz with the pleasant thoughts. If I can give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can probably track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will help me. We'll hear all about their life too. I want to hear all about their life too. They have stories, and I'm sure Jongin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expect this to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just a fox they met back. I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I'm about halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation in the prickling sensation on my back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm sure in the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sound of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I move my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
Did I ever see the silver fox before? I don't remember ever seeing it. I start to bend down and reach out a hand like I would pet a dog, but hesitate. I have experienced that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame and the wrapped fabric around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band. But a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller, milkier color. Hers is so bright it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She hotly tosses her long, flowing hair back and takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to go get away alive than risk my life for power, for pride. My survival instincts tell me that this is one of those moments. The other Gumio laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow. It only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run.
Hello, Nerdavu. Hello, Dot.
The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps. We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood just for moments ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place, despite my fear. No matter what she's like, it's the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that?
Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away.
It is so wild.
And free.
It's fucking crazy.
Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
It is not Possum. It is different. I am a lot worse. I'm not even the same level. I'm like 20 stories down from Dotavu. No, Dot. I'm 20 stories down from Dot. I'm not that good. It's not that impressive, Possum. Stop it.
You will never be one of them. No matter how much you might crave it, better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She stays me for a moment longer, and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out of denial. Hey, close much of Jesus Christmas, I eating a fruit I'm halfway through, well, just casually playing the game. Her clothes much away into silver fur, and she transforms back into a fox. I wish to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in. My skin suddenly feels cold in the night air. The rush of emotion goes through my head, evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs and away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Close my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform my body, following the same motions as the other Goomhills. I try to start chasing her. My first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the bush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but it is unmissable as a fox. I recognized it immediately. For a long time ago. On my first mornings here, when I first woke from my den near the mountain and stepped outside and knew someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared. Then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness in my fox form, my original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I spent my entire life living free and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then why should it bother me? It shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. Painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me, either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know that Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum have vanished. you'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets of the library, I quietly slink away. Slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room, and as quickly and as quietly as I can, climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better just sleep it off and hope that I will feel better in the morning. Well, yesterday's events, both the good and the bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning on my bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know. I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the library bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She had me so much, even ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think what the other Gumio said. How I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others content to just go along with the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lay upon my face like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar sense of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I sat to my usual spot at the table and grabbed some apple slices, munching on them while waiting for the other two to get back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Your job.
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clattering as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Chongin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's a silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling on the pan Both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumi Hawaii only because I know they'll treasure they'll reassure me about everything she said, but that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills her plates and takes her seat. We all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sound of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they'd expect more from me. I expected more from myself, too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am so excited, of course. It's been tempting. It's been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet for help, get in touch with Jillian, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the table. I had the routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
Bye! With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I go back to the library, ready to start the day, or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. Check out the sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle, while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I return to the counter, ready for the first patron to arrive, I've managed a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately, as a way to spend time while alone. Asked me to just show me how to, but she's not really good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. That reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, the picture starts to arrive, and I seem to have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for, and it keeps me good and busy. The hours pass in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Whee! What's up, Lena? How you doing? They're loading. That's what you're doing. Let's see. During a conversation with Aspen, she told me that Lena's next adventure will be an outdoor painting class. When the time rolled around, I decided to go check it out. Just like the other activities I've tried with Lena, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The room is bigger than the ones for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas and a stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paintings and brushes in the middle. Lena's eyes find, like always. Lena's easy to find, like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd. away from her. It seems like she's not the only one in charge today. He's not the only one in charge today. A friendly person in a paint-stained apron sees me arrive and helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and then sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lena is.
Hey, mind if I set up here?
Oh, sure. Are you new here?
Sure.
Yeah, this is my first time painting.
Me too. Wanna have a
That's how that works.
Actually, maybe you shouldn't race when you're painting.
I need to go dehydrate again. Now some more water. Also, yes. Be right back again.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Hi, I'm back. What the fuck? I want to be right back and you throw water at me? I heard, you threw a fake chill at me? I heard that. Okay, posture check. Voice crack posture check. And a stretch. Then we got 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hydrates. All these are Bonlivias. All these are Bonlivias. It's free Bonlivia. Let me move the mic a bit higher. It's a bit weird positioning for do that now. I don't know why I thought I had to fucking bend around the mic to do it when I first got my mic stand. Let's just bend my whole head around the fucking mic stand to hydrate. I could just, you can pick up the audio through the pop filter. I ain't got fucking snacks. I have chips up there, but I'm not gonna eat. I don't need snacks. Do you want me to get snacks instead? Want me to go beer back and eat snacks again? Don't want me to go beer back and eat snacks, Olivia? Hmm? Is that what you want now? I never said nightstand. I said mic stand. Mic stand. It's a mic arm, but still. It's a mic arm thing. Mic stand. Jeep, it's Christmas. Anyways, you want me to go grab snacks instead? But maybe want me to make the stream longer? Want me to go be back again to get snacks? Is that what you want? Cause I ain't got snacks for me. I ain't got snacks with me. I don't bring snacks with me right now. Keychain des. Huh? Positionary. Pository. Damn phone. Keychain depository. What are you typing, Olivia? I don't comprehend. I don't understand. What are you writing? What is anything? What are you saying? What is it? Keychain, you don't know? Why the fuck? Why does Uber Eats not display the fucking latte menu? Uber Eats, what the fuck are you on? Ooh, mocha. Peppermint mocha. What's in a peppermint mocha? I'm curious. What's in a peppermint mocha? I have an account, I think. Maybe. I think I have an account. I don't have an account. Okay. You should go to bed. You should go back to bed. Whoa, why do you go back to bed? Peppermint and milk? It's a peppermint milk. Yes, thank you, Ming. But what's in a mocha? But pray tell, what is in a mocha? Hershey. Chocolate and coffee. And milk. I see. Let me just actually sign up for an account just so I can look at the pricings and shit. Hershey. Anyways, peppermint hot chocolate. Peppermint hot chocolate sounds good. Maybe some other time though. Maybe. Oh, you block. Proceed. You block said this link sent by this establishment is a bit sketchy. And I'm like, this is a whole ass establishment. A whole ass Hershey. Hearsay. Let me activate the account. Is it activated yet? Why aren't you activating? Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should. I think I should open it. It's probably gonna open the fucking app. It's probably gonna open the app on my phone, but it's on a, I'm clicking the link on my fucking PC. So it's doing absolutely jack shit. Hearsay! This is now a court trial. Anyways. I forgot to do this. Go check out Ming. Ming does cool things like stream Genshin. And 100% Tears of the Kingdom. Fucking crazy. What the heck? That's crazy. 100%ing Tears of the Kingdom is crazy. Do not text and drive. Do not text and drive. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm not gonna fucking text and drive. Thank you, app, for telling me don't text and drive. I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there's a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Woo! Congrats, Ming. You have no life. I'm joking. Congrats, Ming. You don't have a life. Poggers. No. Lena's painting is a picture of a young leaf swan with a pink flower in its head. It's surprisingly great.
This is amazing for your first time.
You think so?
Those Koroks. Can I favorite this? Can I favorite food items? Let's see the nutritional value of a peppermint mocha. I said, let's see the nutritional. That's sad. I clicked it too many times. Let's see the nutritional values of a peppermint mocha. The serving size is 449 grams. Calories is 370 calories. Fat is 12 grams. Saturated fat, 7 grams. Trans fat, 0.4 grams. Saturated and trans fat, 37%. Carbohydrates, 50 grams. Fiber, 1 gram. Sugar, 44 grams. Protein, 14 grams. Cholesterol, 50 milligrams. Sodium, 200 milligrams. Potassium, 100 milligrams. Calcium, 500 milligrams. Iron, 1.5 milligrams. Ingredients include 2% milk, or different types if you want to. Chocolate peppermint flavored syrup. Sugars, has sugars. Water, contains milk. Whipped cream. Coffee. Peppermint candy pieces. I am missing my phone button 3 times. I got a spoon of smelly poop.
I mean, of course it is. What are you gonna paint?
What quarters do they have? They got fruit splash beverages, smoothies and frappes, milkshakes, iced coffee, juices.
I don't know yet. Let's see.
They've got spicy buffalo sauce, other condiments, pepper packets, fries. There's a bunch of different size brushes and a variety of colors, having so many options to choose from makes it harder, but not easier, to decide. Maybe I should go with something simple, like a tree, choosing a brush and a shade of brown. I get to work.
Alright, everyone. Warm-up's over. Go ahead and find a partner. We're going to work on portraits today.
They sell cantaloupe chunks? What the fuck? This place sells cantaloupe chunks as a side and or snack? That's news to me. I didn't know they did that. My tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed and it doesn't look like any tree I've seen before in real life. But at least I can tell what I'm supposed to be. Cantaloupe chunks. What? Just because of the melon doesn't mean a cantaloupe. When the instructor says to choose a partner, I instinctively turn to Lena, preparing to ask her, but of course she's looking over to Cyrus' direction. I sigh to myself.
You should go ask him before he ends up with someone else.
I'm gonna have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock.
Whoa, are you a mind reader?
Something like that.
That's so cool. You're right, though. But what if he says no?
Lena says no.
Then he says no, I guess. Nothing would have changed, right?
She taps her chin.
You know, you kind of remind me of someone I work with. Anyway, wish me luck.
Good luck.
I watch as Leah goes up to Cyrus to text him. Too far away for me to hear. I guess it must have worked out because they soon set up the canvas facing each other. Unfortunately, watching them means I missed out on my chance to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else has matched up with someone else. It's much more than fun. It's more than fine with me. But unfortunately, the instructor comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles the woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. I don't look like a tree. I've looked like a tree before. Possum found me as a tree, I believe, if I remember correctly. I was a tree when she found me. You found me as a tree. It was a fun time when I was a tree. For Christmas season, I was a tree. After 20 or 15 minutes, she claps her hands and gets everyone's attention.
Time to change things up. Show your partners what you made, and then go find a new partner.
While everyone gets to that, she brings her canvas over to me.
Whoa.
It's definitely me. Her tail is fluffy in real life. My tail is fluffy in real life. My ears aren't that big, but I can recognize myself.
Mine's not even close to that good.
I turned around the canvas so she can see the results. Part of the painting she made, I'm kind of embarrassed to share. Still, she smiles at it.
I think it's lovely. Painting is like anything else. The more you do it, the more you improve. And I've been doing it for a long time. We all have to start somewhere, though.
Miss you. The instructor and I are done talking. Someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena.
Hey, let's be partners.
Sure.
Sure. Secretly, I think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. Yes, another good artist. The instructor blows a whistle and the signal to start. And Lena and I both get to work.
So, how'd it go?
How'd what go?
Why is 2 apple pies together as a bundle more expensive than buying 2 apple pies separately? That's weird. Also, they have little donuts. That's good. That's new to me. They have little donuts. I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly.
Talking to Cyrus.
Oh, that.
Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks passably close to Lena's clothes. If I squint a little, at least.
I got too nervous to really say much, so we just painted each other until it was time to switch.
Ooh. In the middle of a brush stroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror.
Oh no. What if he thinks I'm boring?
Nah.
I don't think anyone could think that about you.
Yeah, but what if he does? This is not good.
Leaving the paintbrush on the grass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the side of her head like she did back in tennis. What do you mean free cheese? What do you mean free cheeseburger or hamburger with purchase? What's this? What do you mean? Free cheeseburger and hamburger. Get a free cheeseburger or hamburger with any food or beverage purchase. Limit one offer per customer. Minimum $1 purchase required before taxes. Not valid. Any other offer valid only for participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada. What do you mean free cheeseburger and a hamburger? What do you mean? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Free cheeseburger?
Okay, got it. I need you to do me a favor.
Break your leg?
What is it?
When we change partners again, I need you to go partner up with Cyrus, and then you can ask him what he thinks about me.
Okay.
Don't just straight up ask him though, that'd be too obvious.
That
Try
sounds...
to see if you can get him to say it without saying
That
it.
sounds like a solid... What do you mean snag Crocs? What do you mean there's a Crocs collab with this restaurant establishment?
Say it without saying it.
I'm so confused why Uber Eats doesn't have the fucking milk items on this restaurant.
Yeah, you know, like,
He makes a few gestures to remind me of trades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll try.
thanks, I owe you one.
Sure. I'm not even motivated by that because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to ever cash it in. I just want to see what happens.
Alright, new partners. This'll be the last time.
Here, this is my painting of you. It's better than the last one.
It isn't great, but I like the way that some of the parts turned out.
Ooh, I look great.
Nice. Looking down at her own canvas, Lena frowns.
I, kind of forgot to paint you.
That's on brand.
So, I guess I owe you two things.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, hurry, before someone else takes him.
I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about... Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own.
Hey, wanna be partners?
Alright. I'm sure it's a total coincidence you were just talking with Lena, right?
Yes.
Not at all.
I appreciate the honesty. Anyway, let's get started.
Both of us set up our canvases. I feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At the same time, I try to think of how to do what Lena asked.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Ah!
Uh-oh. I mean, what is it?
There's something that I want to ask Lena, but I don't know how she'll take it. We've known each other for a bit, but that's why I'm worried. I mean, I kind of know her feelings, but not that well. So, and maybe don't ask her this outright. Maybe you can try to see how she feels by, like...
Charades again! He makes some vague hand gestures that eventually turns into a shrug.
Well, you know what I mean.
Do I? No, I don't.
Anyway, what I want to know is...
Ah! I sure wish it blows cutting Cyrus off.
Alright, that's it. Time to show 'em off.
I rub my ears to recover from the sound before waiting for Cyrus to continue.
Actually, never mind. It was dumb anyway. Here's what I made. Ta-da!
Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal...
Oh, phew.
I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad as painting as I am. I show my equally impressive work. It's messy and scratchy. Scattered.
Nice job. You really captured the way I feel inside.
I want to press him on what he was trying to say, because this is some second time he's almost asked me about Lena and then changed his mind. Before I can ask, though, Lena himself hurries up, carrying her canvas. She walks up and shoves it into Cyrus's hands before even reacting.
I made this for you so you'd have okay, bye!
Bye! Immediately she zips off back to where she came. He holds the portrait out of his arms length where you can see it. I move behind him to get a good look of it. Good view, as well. Just like Lena's pictures of the swan, her picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. That's a lot of detail in his eyes and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck.
Whoa. This is...
Really good?
yeah.
The two of us look around to try to find Lena, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere.
What was it you wanted me to ask her?
Cyrus just shakes his head, still looking at the painting.
It's fine. I need to ask her myself.
Okay. All of us, minus Lena, help the constructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portraits, and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk anymore about Lena. Still, even if it's a while before we hang out again, I have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. Penlight break. Penlight break. Penlight break over. It's rainy out. It's rainy Thursday morning, and the shop, the library. I need to turn my light off first. I hit the fucking mic with my penlight. The library is dead as it's ever been. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books. Before she went to bed from the day, she left a bunch of towels near the door for anyone who needs someone. At least it makes work easier and slow. And a slow day means I have extra time to study. I know how to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few. I want to surprise them when it's late when I with it later. After an hour or so, I sit aside my pencil and gaze out the window, with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around the soggy view. I leap backwards as something suddenly slaps against the glass in front of me. Which book was thinner? This plastic thing I used to do the thing. Wand!
Whoa!
I didn't scratch the batteries at all, did I? No, we're good. Well, Possum, have you gotten your penlight for OKE next year? Do you have your penlight for OKE? Are you gonna get one? For OKE? Because I'm definitely bringing one of these. I'm definitely bringing these two penlights. My OKE penlight that took a while to get here because, you know, I also have to pay customs. Lovely. And then I'm also gonna bring this one that I bought from Etsy. It's nice. I like it. I'm gonna screw it back in. At first it looked like a part of the water. It's that's stuck on the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful looking face forms in the middle when it frowns at me. It frowns at me. Suddenly, it hits me that I'm looking. Hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one of myself before. Never seen one myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers and lakes, but I've heard they sometimes come out onto dry land when it's raining. That must be what this one did. Now that it's stopped raining, though.
Oh no, you could dry up.
I'm trying to tighten the screw right now with my hands. I'm looking around I'm using anything I can to tighten the screw. Anything possible I can find in this drawer to tighten the screw. Am I doing it in the right direction? I don't even know if I am. I hope I am. I don't think I am, actually. Very tighty, lefty loosey. It's not blocked, so I'm just really bad at this. Let's see. Just like a fire elemental can die if its flame goes out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay, wait right there. I'll go find something.
Tighten, goddammit. I was going the wrong way. I am an idiot. I was loosening this thing the whole time. That's why I wasn't going in. I was loosening it. Like an idiot. I am great at this thing called directions. Anyway, that's better now. I don't know if it can understand me or even hear me at all, but I wave at the window and hold up a finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I head to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets. What about a pot or something that's big enough? I need to make a new plastic thing for this. I think one Juliet has is the next one that Juliet has is the one that she used to make pasta. And even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tried to make spaghetti. Spaghetti.
Where else?
Spaghetti. I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through other rooms for something that might help. This fit through? Not yet. Okay. There's something in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I checked the dining room a second time, however, I noticed a big bowl on top of the shelf that I haven't seen before.
Perfect.
Suppose I make this thing. I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it halfway full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The info is still there, just a little sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head to the front door and skip around to the window, screeching, squelching through the wet grass as I do.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide onto the bowl, bubbles. And while I hope it's a good sign, it doesn't mix with the water in the bowl. Instead, just hovers and the water above hovers with both water above and below it. When it gets itself fully in the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and runs onto my hand, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. Bubbles stop, and the uncertain look on looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
I held the bowl as steady as I can to try not to spill any more as I go. As I go back into the library, just like the guests in the library, I have to make sure not to get any of the books wet. This is Christmas. Getting this in is difficult. There's a little empty table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The intro seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a bit of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
Yeah. Just getting this in there is so much work. I made a new one. Again. Anyways. I racked my brain trying to find something. Think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
I kneel down in front of the bowl. I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
Not that you can.
If you even can.
I'm doing unnecessary things in the background. All necessary things are being done. Going to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back to retrieve the bowl elemental. This time, I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily, it only hits the ground. The tub is about halfway by the time I get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet, and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not as big a rush as before, I resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I haven't never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. The first one to try is a closet full with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. But after that, it's locked.
That's weird.
I tried the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours and try to see if I see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. And the nearby door isn't locked, and even better, isn't a closet. Some of the door, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black. Once I'm inside, I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes moments for my eyes to adjust to darkness. And what had at first just been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet didn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out, and remove the blanket. Smiling at my find, it's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake off as much dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I see the tank at the edge of the tub, the mantle floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into this tank.
Perfect, right?
More bubbles and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I have my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was getting the tank set up, but with all the water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry it to the front door, which much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It seems so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, it still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Julia is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet pauses, purses her lips. I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank. I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad?
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches out the tank and scoops a handful of water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. She seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple minutes, I pick up the sounds of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and put my head out the door. It's about Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle and it isn't very large, but should have more than enough room for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. It also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down and get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into a biggest grin I've ever seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
I taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door. I lead the elemental outside onto the porch. Path. It's cloudy out and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When I get downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control. But other than that, it's pretty easy. At the bottom of the hill, it's not too far from the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river, way back when I was still living in the woods. But it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist, to keep it from rolling away. Then I do the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water elemental slips out, floating down the dirty concrete into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes from the empty area, for a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing clear over me. If I look up, I see the elegant shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers above me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river. And everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
Let's go to the waterfront. The waterfront is always a bit of a tourist hotspot, but I suppose I'm not immune to being curious about tourist attractions. This time, I take note of a capsule machine that dispenses fortunes. I don't know how much I believe in fortune telling because I don't know that much about it, but this machine's whole gimmick is that it has a magical golden fish in it that supposedly came out of the bay and lays eggs and tell you your fortune. Of course, the fish is fake, and its eggs are little round capsules that you exchange for coins for. Just so happens I have a coin rolling around in my pocket, so I give it a go. The golden fish wiggles artificially, and the machine groans with age and releases a fish egg. It's a little bit cute. I see why the tourists kind of like this thing. I pop the orange capsule open and take a peep and take paper that's inside. I just realized I can't read this. I totally forgot that the fortune would be all text. Oh well, I'll read it to someone who can read to me later. I hope it's something good. No thoughts behind those eyes. No thoughts. I'm dehydrated again. Be right back. Again. Lol. Mom Spaghetti needs weak arms. I have his mom in a sweater already. Mom Spaghetti. All day it's been showering on and off, and raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable. Happily croaking, awake in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports about all around the world. Mirrors prick up as I hear someone walking up the door in a series of 3 knocks, gently ringing out again. Always 3 from Juliet.
Yeah?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds really nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decided to hold it tightly around myself and wiggle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs proved a little difficult, but I managed. There's already 2 mugs sitting at the table when I arrive. The kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
This is cute. These are cute. Your character here is what the fuck? Do they do foxes? Oh, they don't do foxes. Sad. Honestly, if you're still here, Possum, look at the thing I just retweeted. Look at the cute Euro character here. It's so adorable. Anyways, back to gaming. Stir my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from the blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth. I held the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then? Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches. There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time.
Ooh, fun.
Sure.
Cooking lessons with Juliet would be nice. We love cooking lessons. I toss that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet offers me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember everything that she said about. The two of us continued to chat for a while, and to recount the full day's events with the elemental and to Juliet, wrapping up my story to the point where I came home from the river.
Oops. That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I get back to my room.
Wagon?
Intriguing.
Oh, yes.
What are you
Yes, of
confused
course.
about? Rob. She quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course. When I sort of tried to steal the painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong
Bye,
to?
Rob.
The wagon and the toys.
Thanks
that
for
is.
bye.
Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid. I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Huh?
Sponge stops moving. Juliet's shoulders slump as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
Close this again. Oh, there it is.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
Turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name. My
Fuck!
daughter's name.
Why is Alt? What did this... Tab? Why is Tab skip? Why is Tab the skip button? Why is Tab the skip button? Tab is the toggle skip. For some odd reason, Tab is toggle skip. Brr. I just went to fucking Alt Tab, but no. Apparently Alt Tabbing is illegal. Lovely.
Yeah? By the way, who did... If you don't want to talk about it, that's yeah.
Well, her name. My daughter's name. Is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes. And she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning, so very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on. Of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Just as when she first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on that empty wall, somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets stuck into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier, the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure what else to do, or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you! I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seems like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something, or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talked about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully it'll make more sense tomorrow after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back up first, as promised. I'd pick it up and carry it to get upstairs, but fortunately, it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I reach the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around. Now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I was to spot racks of clothes and stocks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head into my own room. I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Closet's childhood in here. And I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. Loading times are great. Why do you? The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants around us looking healthier from the drink of last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door to the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yes. A ride back on the... Yes, we'll do that when we get back. Yeah, a ride back. No other way to get back.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out onto the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold, not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured, and even as she walks, her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daylight.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Although she clearly hurt me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question? Because things are tense between them? I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. This isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this, huh?
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle, or rarely a chuckle. From time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads from my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet Celeste comes to a stop. The main path forks onto two here. On the left is well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She's deep Silent breath. And Smile gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onward. Right away, I notice that something is a bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven. Like she doesn't want to go to where we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off the path we were on, leading me up to a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see. Oh.
In the shadow, where the trees, is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time. It's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into stone, too small for you to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the words at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, then an O, then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know. But I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running her hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as they stand there, helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me. Even as tears well in her eyes, I gulp to try to force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would.
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I could do is watch. My own emotions a storm that tosses me in all directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else, something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder, like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all. That I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It had always seemed so trite, so mature, an attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learnt. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant. There is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live. And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards, without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even mine, my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely noticed the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transformed, turning tail and fleeing to the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead, no matter what happened after they left the forest. The nature of your human lifespan means that they're lived lifetimes ago. Generations ago. As I ran further and further away, once thought echoes above the other. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws to the earth with every step, tearing the roots and leaves. I do not know the name of the feeling pulling and tugging at me. The one I'd taken over Juliet was, as we stood there, one I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle, every hardship, everything. For nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf, drifting towards the ground, failing, falling, powerless, and stops itself. Finally come to a stop. I don't know where I am, and for how long I ran. I just stop, and I lose the will to run anymore. Transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've gone, had all been in service for one dream. For a time, I grew reliant on it. I didn't even have to think to make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and the slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Just nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me out here if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together. Behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it Just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too. And the person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Asked me to. Suddenly, every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Jong-Ian makes sense. They both knew, and were hiding it from me all along. This whole time letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling me the truth. It was so simple too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees, and mash my palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that were there.
Stop crying, Miho.
With a few deep breaths, I managed to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down. Even more, I sigh again. Once I've syndrome, I won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart was gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from my pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me. But now, I have to look it in the eye. My time with Jong-In was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where'd I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way back home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have no help. I have to at some point. It's getting harder for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again. Actually trying to get my bearings if I have to. I can just go back in the direction I came from, until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library since it's the only place I have to go. I may think it as a home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. And more than not, there has to come a time, someday, where we won't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together. Or at least, hers of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Eventually even stronger? Maybe she was right. The other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat in the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Any patrons? They've always managed to just fine without me, though. I plow to my room, I grab a blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again. And this time, I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I didn't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, the sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside just for a moment. But a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like, covered in a blanket and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho. sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see your leg, Kane, but not her face. I can picture the concern at it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The word came out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in. So you can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted...
So you did know.
I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, made the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
Just stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around me here.
I did, yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question. My accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that. But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
Can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
That lot of good that did. Get sniffles, and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it. And like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. Just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, with my pillow over my face, as I come into my grief. Poor Mimo. Poor Mimo. Poor Mimo. Keep awesome. This is for you. Everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillow still covering me. My face and head hurt from the crying. And my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. Memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't even want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen without the next few hours, and do that too, eventually. I don't know what to say or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd just like to avoid everything else and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to confirm, like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed, wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual, and there's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold. I hear the sounds of conversation and movement from. By that means, the library's already open. Life goes on, without me. I cram down the slice of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library, where Juliet seated in my spot on the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see that she struggles to decide how to greet me. Uncertainty planes in her eye. I can't decide either, so I just set out for a sniff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stifled. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
She shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hands fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles while talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. If she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice that comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is I'm not sure I could pull mine off now. She can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around to head out. To step out behind the desk, passing by guests on my way out the door. In the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. And I need to go dehydrate. We're back. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying more minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get me there. Asper herself is working at the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning on staying or getting something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
Leaving her to it, I trudge the booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms, closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anyway. Anywhere else I would choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen sitting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself again for the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth. But I drink more, anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I could see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. Raise my cup to my lips again, just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awkward scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering in my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not gonna be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with the thought in my hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steadily as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh,
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself, just like at Juliet. I could see her eyes widen and mouth drop. She tries to think of something else to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hands toiled uselessly with the abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have energy to do that. To be that upset. Compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she starts to over apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin to my hand, I look out the window at the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less.
Yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything. Just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that, just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel any better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself and to her, to Juliet. Sitting here, silently, stewing in my emotions, what felt like burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they've rated before. They run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through the complicated emotions is difficult, but I like when things are straightforward. And I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's always also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel any better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel. Or try to. Close my eyes for a beat, and I make my first real decision since leaving the Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgeting and nervous. Though, that something's bothering me. But nothing's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
Well, I will go to the botanical garden, though. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to the botanical garden. I love how your hider is maybe stuck, is permanently tilted, by the way. Until something else happens, I'm tilted. I fixed myself. I fixed it. And of course it loads as ages. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the botanical garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suits me fine. I spend the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. Imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on the bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting instead of waited for.
Hi, Aspen.
Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading.
Speaking of reading, Possum, are you caught up with Teddy's monthly book? Because I am not, and don't plan to read it ever.
I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
Long.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
Actually, this would save me a lot. No, I can't turn it off. Damn. No! I feel better now that I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing your sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click, click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention to either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She traces it a bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realized there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanical garden from here. I even spot the main gate far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Julia doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky, before taking a seat at the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just moments ago, just now that we're all here instead of both, Aspen and Juliet sit quietly, but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clear my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Chongin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Chongin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Chongin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Chongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks.
but it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in and steal and just how to survive. I followed Jung-in's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jung-in had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but since I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Bring how their hands felt in my hand, on my head, and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg. Those thoughts hurt so much, as the hunters trap did, but also they made me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox, before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special. To me, and I hope to Jung-in too. And so I don't want to let them become painful memories. I'll just smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go too. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
She means to tell Aspen about Cosette, in much the same way as you told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Awesome, what the fuck? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vows she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets readily absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages through her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before nosily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhongyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone. Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
My cheeks burned from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever, but I liked saying it because it's true. Although I've already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the garden that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying like Aspen. So maybe the first time would be appropriate. Hopping up on from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Then spread my arms as wide as I can, pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the garden in the cold evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms. And I swear to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. That's you! That's you and me, we're the ones watching. That's us.
Mine too.
That weird human custom. It's you! Oh, talk about you! After spending a bit more time walking around the garden at night last night, the other night I went back to the library and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we get back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions from last few days. In the morning, I get downstairs before breakfast, pleasant familiar toast, eggs, and fruit, like always, conversation about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
How much longer do I have? I have to shower. I have things to do, and I can't spend too much time around next week's thing. Yes, timing. Yes, you don't look any order.
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
Boo.
How old are you turning?
Not 12. That's for sure. Rose-colored days.
Not 12?
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brows get more and more creases. Like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose. When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do?
know.
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24, thank you very much. Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend. Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy. I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though. Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
I wonder why.
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
Boo.
That's easy, because they wouldn't know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
I mean it. It's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
Woo! A dirt
I'd
hole!
love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
The three of us chit-chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet.
No.
Why?
¿Por qué?
I was planning to go see a movie soon.
Movies.
Would you like to come with me? You're more than welcome too, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that
I understand.
Let's go watch a horror movie. Let's go watch a
It's
horror
fine
movie.
if you don't want to come along.
Let's go
The
watch a horror
showing
movie.
starts in an hour, so
That
we
meal
need
will
to
not get
leave soon.
ever.
I prefer to get there
Meal will
before
make.
it's crowded.
I don't understand what the fuck's happening in the movie. Let's go watch a horror movie that we not understand what the fuck's happening.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Sure.
precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you.
See ya!
Good night.
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
I'm magical, that's how. Aspen leads the way outside down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you.
What's
right?
horror?
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
A clown? How is that scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
I guess I got to see it then, you know? I guess I'll just have to go and see it. To form an opinion.
Alright. I didn't
I
know
just have to
you
go and
watched
see it.
anything.
Right, Possum? Right, Possum?
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens.
Oh, so you read it before. Nice.
It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen.
Yeah, I wonder how well it will be translated to the screen.
If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, not a lot further down. It's one that Juliet showed me before. Back then I told her that I don't think I'll be interested in a scary movie. But here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go by myself to see though. Aspen pays for both our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go back inside though, through the pair of glass doors and glass pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Of course! What do they have?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
That's pretty gay.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Let's change that then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tube of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
Now let's go see it. The movie. Let's go see it. I follow her down a hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at the movie screen.
Whoa, that's huge too!
It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booing in its reach. Instead of coming from all around, I instantly cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right. We're the only people in the theater right now. Must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa, this?
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
Okay.
Okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aston and I, mostly me, I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action within the first couple minutes. The clown Aspen mentioned already causes chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one doesn't get the memo. Get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang, and the evil clown jumps out of the darkness. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tightly around it so it doesn't happen again. The meal lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime. Although I'm too full on popcorn to be hungry. Stepping out into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hands on her brows.
So, how did you like it?
I loved it.
It was alright.
It was alright.
I don't think I was ever very scared though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
It startled you? Hell yeah. I think
Yeah,
it would
I
startle you.
noticed.
It would startle you, in fact, Aspen. It would. At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Finally, Aspen manages to smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Let's go to the house. Something feels weird. The house today, I can't put my finger on it. What could it be? Did they decorate? Is something watching me? Rick? No, wait, now I think of it. All the pictures are reading books, like proper paperback books. Not fake books on the computers. Real books. The fuck? The covers are all the same style, so it occurs to me that maybe these are all students doing assigned readings or cramming for a test. Phew, I'm so glad I didn't go to school. Still, though, being the only person without a book makes me feel kind of left out. Maybe I'll go hold a book for a while in the library to feel better. Home. Home. I've got a pack of stale crackers wasting away in my pocket, so I figure I'll share my spoil with the ducks at the duck pond. I'm not picky about stale food, but I think they enjoy it more than me. Sure enough, the second those feathered opportunists hear the crinkle of the packaging, they already start running toward me. As I fumble to open it, the ducks start quacking discontentedly and eagerly closer and closer. I urge them to be patient, but they edge closer and closer until one dares to lunge at me, as if to bite me in reproach. It startles me enough to drop the unopened crackers onto the ground with a shriek. They descend upon it like starving ants, but I don't even open it. Yo, they rip it open and tear into the carcass. It's no problem. Okay! I didn't know that why they bothered feeding ducks anyway. They seem vicious enough to figure food out on their own. Aspen's home. Late in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she is ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know how many the street names. Eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations for in front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us out.
Miho, Juliet, over here.
Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her foot.
No, stay back, you two.
I freeze halfway where she is.
What's wrong?
I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Aspen and I hurry in. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Ta-da!
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk, a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered across, while I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd be exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step towards her in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
It's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
I take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up sitting on the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion. Happy birthday!
Yes.
Yes.
Happy
birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
What the fuck? Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose.
Quick. Where is the thing? I'm checking. I need to check something. Where is it? Here it is. Is it here? Do I have one? Probably not. I probably didn't do one. Nope. Didn't set it up. Oh, well, that's fine. Quick, back. Yeah. Oh, it's over there. F10 twice. Run.
Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work?
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Mood.
Indeed. It's your
I
birthday,
just like food.
so we'll have whatever you want.
Anyone like me for real, for real.
All right, all right. Let's get going then.
That is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visit. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, sitting one in front of each of us, and promises to come back to take our orders soon. Asks me and Juliet both pick up the menus and start to flip through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bauhaus could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words like fish and corn, but there are others I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
Oh.
What's a chowder?
What's chowder?
It's
Like
a
soup.
thick soup.
Thick as soup.
Oh.
It's tasty, that's what.
Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
They deshell them for you.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Ah!
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
Yee.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't
Don't
worry,
worry, I wasn't. A nearby door swings open, and For a second, I can see into the kitchen, but as another waiter comes out carrying a huge bucket, a number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it. Mmm,
Wait, is that...
tasty. Crab bucket. They take the bucket to another table and sit it down along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab into utensils that I've never seen before, and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Clams are too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long time since I've had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the next new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript.
Wow, your manuscript. Woo!
I sent it off to
What
a
could go
few
wrong?
publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Free time?
That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other than that,
What could go
I'll find
wrong?
some ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for about 15 more minutes before our waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket of like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place the bucket before us, with a flourish giving us a sack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
I don't even know where to start.
I go into the pieces close to me. It's hot, so I drop it on my plate. Aspen the same thing with the yelp of pain. She, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Getting close, I blow my food and try to cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles and she notices me watching and turns her hand to give me a better view. She uses the tool to crack the shell and goes to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too. Once it's cool enough for her to handle, now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and for a moment and squeeze really hard. It really works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. But from where I score wide, look how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Yeah.
I quickly finished the piece I was eating and then rushed to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. Far the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. Whenever a waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty, I sadly toss the shell at my last piece into the waste bag that seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
Next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags him down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now, if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
Also, I've not gushed any, apparently. I've not gushed at all. It's all you haven't any gushes yet, huh? Well,
Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah. Let's just walk slow.
still I managed a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
It has been sobbing.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Oh, I just remember that I remember the one original. I always pronounce the ED like I was from fucking Old English. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah. Let's go.
The fucking bit of me just always saying the ED for that one character. But only the one character saying it. Everyone else is normally. Just the one character, the main character, just pronounces ED instead of the apostrophe D. That was great. I need to get back to that at some point. I need to get back to that visual novel at some point, but I have too many games to play. Too many games. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. Unless something comes up next week, then I don't know. I'll have to find out. I don't remember the name. I don't know how to pronounce the name. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she showed up in the breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like, "Yes, please," or No thanks. The way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I think she might just be antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The one we're finished, Aspen perks up a bit.
Miho,
A
are
bit.
you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gets her a big hug from the outside. I realize that hugs look kind of weird. People come up with the strangest ways to show the way they care of each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She rubs her fingers on a book tucked in her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending my throat. After spending a usual amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, my faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later.
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in the silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like talking to an animal anyway? How do you do?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Wow, I wonder what you're talking about, Aspen.
Exactly. I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
I wonder what you were talking about, Aspen.
You'd lose that bet quite handily.
Ha 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 ha.
I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Schrodinger.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows, but I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems to be off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on it, what it is though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answered my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead. And Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather,
What do you mean?
they live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours.
Wow!
I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House. And a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too.
Cat, you're gonna
That's exactly
speed
what my mum
run.
says.
Cat, you're trying to speed run.
Trust
I
me,
have
it
things
sounds
to do,
better
and next
hearing
week is
about
gonna be a
it
lot
than
longer because the fucking chapter
Just like
4 is the longest
Wellington,
chapter in the game.
or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like
running.
Shanghai or Seoul.
Speed running.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
Well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I recognize Te Papa, the museum, and the past one. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this place in Wellington enough that I could probably get over here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. Yes. I realize other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though. Even wanted to. Look, Possum, I got shit to do. You know I got shit to do, in December, and I can't stall on a week longer. Instead of humming, Aspen starts fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognize the shop and apartment building from the walk of Aspen's house. I wouldn't get very far from my station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. Why would I be?
Didn't I do chapter 4 and 1 go last time as well?
Do I seem nervous?
Or did Juliet's part? I think I did.
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
The first time I did was 2 streams. The very first time I played was 2 streams. The second was 40 fucking minutes. I was like, oh. It was that close to finishing. The game. The chapter. Awkward. Oh well. Oh shit, I did do 2 streams. Damn. It was 2 streams. Fuck. I'd never seen Aspen more nervous. But don't push it. I can hear the smell of the bus station before I see it, and then it comes to view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked to pass through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street, and she checks her phone again and then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
I've somehow taken longer to do this chapter than I did in the first time I played this game. Great job, mate. I fucking suck.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
I don't care. It's the commitment. I've committed too long.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
But still, I have somehow taken nearly. I'm gonna take an hour, nearly an hour longer than it did to beat this chapter the first time I played this game. The fuck.
Aspen?
I trot back and forth, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple people waiting far away from the station.
Are you alright?
She blinks a couple times, then takes a deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
The effect of her word is immediate. As she casts a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw it, Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly, her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest while she looked down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hand before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much she makes... You make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Her words drift away into the air as you look at each other in silence. My head is a TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love with me. The wind whisps past my face as the bus rushes, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen's in love with me. I don't know how to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at her face for some guide or how to respond, but she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Putting her hat to her head, Aspen sighs like she's just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's
My boss.
That's my boss. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And if we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me. But then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
Which is I can respond to it. That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen as she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without her words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a small smile. It may as well. It's the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
Bad possum. Bad possum. That's rude of you to assume that we're not gonna hug Aspen ever again. Rude. You don't know. I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter. Yet having finished tidying up, no hour or so it's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now, but I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh,
I
see.
see.
Jess is the type to be shocked easily. Yeah, easily. That's why I went to see her for advice. but she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes. Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. Departing. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We sit down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from her.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does it. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's still watching me warmly. Warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion in my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You've helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
He returns to bed, and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done most of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There's sure a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. Concept. I do know I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her, I like talking to her, I like looking forward. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? I spend a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me. Yet here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle, and I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could ever do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. No matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from them. After turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake. I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down the kitchen where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug on the table full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still
I see, I see. So, I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
But here I use the spots. The third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate, while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. With my mouth, with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
You decided.
I want to try things with Aspen. I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful. Because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before, kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be...
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. I can't tell you how happy I am, for both of you.
As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spread across my face. Aspen's in love with me, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too.
Thanks. I wish
What could
she was
possibly go
here,
wrong?
so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far
What
away.
could possibly go wrong now?
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
With a wink, Juliet lifts her teacup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
It's right. Not just about Aspen, but about my life in general. As she herself pointed out not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing, pointless, ever since Jung Ian died, without my knowing, as if I'd reached a dead end in myself. But that was just the end of a chapter in my life, not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I had thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I felt like a new life for myself was just beginning, one that isn't so solitary and lonesome. In the everyday, I discovered something new about myself, things I used to think were impossible, at least for someone like me. Maybe they're not so different after all. I found a new place to belong and someone new to share my life with as much as I can. Asking you has seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she'd never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back so we can find out what's next together. Nothing more to say about it until Aspen returns and I move on to talking about other things like the library recent events. I feel pleasantly warm. My god, my cup, I fell. Oh god. Oh, that's great. Oh, great. Oh, great. Lovely. That didn't get in the wires, right? That didn't get in the outlets. We're good. We're good. No, my water fell. Oh, that's on the. That's on the search. That's on the thing. That's on the thing. Lovely. What a great time. What a great time. To get in that, right? Justness. Not like a lot of time crunch or anything. Nothing seems to be broken. The internet's still going. I'm still charging my laptop. I'm still charging. Lovely. Lovely. Fucking hell. Of course this happens. Of course this is what you're inspired right now. I'm on time for things to do. Disaster distract once more. Truly the most unfortunate person existing was me. Truly, that's me. Thankfully, I drank most of the water already, so it's not that huge a spill, but still annoying. Bloody fantastic thing. Yeah. That decision carries me through the rest of the evening and all the way to bed, where I lie for hours. Jeez. Usually I'm flustered when when the chaos of my thoughts stop me from falling asleep. For the first time ever, excitement rather than fear is what keeps me awake. I forgot to sign the artwork as well. Post-it note. For myself, do that later. In a later, that's a time frame, yes. Pen. Give me pen. My pen is not here, it's upstairs. Fuck. Anything. You work? No, yes. Kind of, yes. Close enough. That's I'll understand what that says. I can read my own handwriting. Instead of just waiting for the next day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. Dawn of tomorrow. Draw. Lol. For once, my struggle to fall asleep works out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long as for Aspen's bus to arrive. I've barely even woken up and I'm already thinking about her. Looking up from the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. Margaret. Stupid. I'm not fully I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. Make a new post-it note. I can't. New post-it note. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after I do.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh, thanks! Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
You can say that again.
I took my seat at the table while Juliet poked through the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and cuts some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
Nah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
Oh no, Gojo Satoru's all wet. Gojo Satoru's all wet and mushy. Gojo Satoru. Yeah, it sets a platter of sliced apples and oranges, and a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I addedly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
This is a sticker paper. It's a sticker.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure.
Yes.
But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Yes. Surely.
Definitely.
Definitely. The minutes pass by agonizingly slow, especially after Juliet goes to bed, but eventually it's late enough for me to leave. I burst out of my seat, forcing myself to walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Telling myself I'll follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday if I wanted to. I probably could have found a faster way, or at least a longer way to keep traveling some time. It's not worth the risk of risking lost, though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart rate is. Growing anticipation. The way I can't think about anything else. It reminds me of something I haven't expected in ages. It reminds me of the days in the forest towards the end of my time as a regular fox. The way I felt on the way to clearing every day to see my person. Back then it was different, of course. More instinct than less thinking. But it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually, something like this would stop me in my tracks, but today, it makes me smile. My good mood carries me to the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection where we stood yesterday, where Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever. I already know. I hear across the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing in or leaning against the fence. I sit back on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away until finally the scheduled minutes come and there's no bus. I sigh, disappointed but not too surprised, since when are buses ever exactly on time anyway? Soon the bus is a couple minutes late and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder to not worry.
Good thing she left early.
I notice that I'm not alone. Some other people waiting are beginning to get annoyed, agitated too. One person stands at the edge of the sidewalk, peering in every direction. A couple others who have been waiting in boarding zones since I got here sit down on the benches and near me and pull up their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads, then frowns.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Hello, Jesse.
Nope. Just
I
says
think.
delayed due to vehicle issues.
Dread seizes me. The shaking hand, I tap on the traveler on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, that be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then.
I was, actually.
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours. You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I fall out of the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
You're saying that really quietly. I barely hear him. I wonder why. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days of it to happen, as I run, I can't help but think about how unfair it is. For everyone else in the world, a couple hours bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me, in Aspen, I don't even want to think about what it would be like if she forgot me. We know that already. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crashed the door as I head down upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Juliet's bedroom door before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
Miho? What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Mostly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone. It looks weirdly out of place in her hands, as she navigates through several screens, slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after only reading a few moments.
It seems you're right.
The confirmation has just tightened the knot in my chest, and I just barely managed to croak out an answer, a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring, and instead of just straight to voicemail, I look up at Juliet hopelessly, trying to ignore the panic and that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
She gives me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying out into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact photo of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen on the breakfast table, sounding awkwardly. The voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try again and again and again, but it's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one for what might be the 6th or 7th time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb was on the end button out of Hobbit, and I barely managed to stop myself from pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
You?
Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
That comes back out from where she hears me waiting anxiously from my side. Aspen says something again, but it's garbled by connection.
What? I can't hear you!
Fucking reception. Let me...
Everything was quiet for a terrible moment. I'm afraid that the call has dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly dropped the phone when her voice comes through again. Much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Julie and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay, I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay, I understand.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay, I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead, and I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she shakes her head, shaking her head.
You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
She pulls up a map and shows me pointing out where the library is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I will. I have to be.
I immediately make for the stairs, pausing for just a second.
Thanks.
Thank me later. Together.
I nod and then transform as I bolt to the front door. Foxes can't run as long as humans, but they can run faster. At the gimme hell, maybe I could do both. Wind whips at my tail as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed which roads to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight for the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through the yards, and shocked people gab as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for. I don't know how I don't know how I stop. Even my legs and chest start to ache. I keep running, a little pain now, and something compared to what losing Aspen would be like. The buildings begin to thin out, even the traffic increases. I finally find a way myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by places, buildings and street signs, and there are hills and forests, and I'm sure as beautiful as everything I've seen, but I hardly notice them at all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging each step. Just a little bit more effort than last. I push this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change forms again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The run from the station back to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs are on fire, my legs feel like lead. I make myself take another step, and then another. Mustering all the strength, I break into a jog, and faster I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of anything. For anything that set my heart and mind at ease, anything. And something begins to dip under the lower as if even the sky is running out, time's running out. My steps are leaden and my mind a buzz with words, lisp, fear, and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in the distance, in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. A steady stroll is all I can do for now. Even that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk towards each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures from vision. Raising my hand to shield my eyes, I see a familiar hat, the glimpse of light from familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I could do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief so intense that all I could do is shake. I made it. She's here.
Miho!
As she approaches, she also slows and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't even know what to say, how to respond, how to put all the excitement and relief that I made fell in the past 24 hours into words. How do I say it? Suddenly I close the distance between us and see everything. I see her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer, a spoken question. Overhead, the sun dips behind a cloud, done watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of clouds in the sky that leaves. I try to find words for this is different. But this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any words will do. I stopped just at arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glimpse of tears hiding in her eyes.
I was so worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question, one that I don't even know I want to ask for until now, one that requires more than words, more or less, maybe less. I take the last step to separate us, lean forward, and kiss Aspen. It marks the human's affection that have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and always made me completely as I kiss her. I think maybe I should. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand raises, touch my face, holding mine as face as if I want to leave. She moved. She was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's like everything else right before the closest and warmth. I placed my own hand against my wrist. I think maybe I can understand Aspen's fear better now. Maybe I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. And when we separate, Aspen's hand stays on his shoulder. I keep
I
close.
see you thought about what I said.
And practically nothing else.
Pulling myself into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I had nearly forgotten where we were, not far from the side of the road. Turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up in the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Aspen kisses my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
I'm in a swivel chair, by the way. And we're done! Open ending. Chapter 5. Chapter 4. Open ending. They're so gay. I love them. Anyways, I gotta go shower. Then also eat. So, yeah, sure. I gotta go do shit. Is it Control 9? Alt 9. Alt 9. I gotta go shower. I gotta go do shit. I gotta go shower and eat. Yes, that's that's the order I do things. Shower and eat. That's the name. Art. Living Art. I misspelled their name. I didn't put an L. I put a semicolon. Living Art. Say hi. They're doing art. They're doing Iron Mouse art. I don't know what for. Yeah, that. Yeah, go. Bye. I gotta go shower and shit.